the past be the past till it's weightless.
In a way What's up, Yuli? Right. Alright, let's see how this works. Hope you both have been well. Trying something a little different today. Well, like we're still doing like Limbus, but read some story stuff. But I've got multi-stream going, so got it up on YouTube as well. I thought we'd start thought we'd give that a shot, running up on the side. Looks like it's working. Hasn't bricked yet, at least. So, giving it a shot. But yeah, good to see you both. Good to see you, everybody. Hope you've been well, Yuli, Raya. But yeah, so we're gonna. Plan is we are going to play through the collab story. It is in Limbus Company, but it's a collab with Arknights. I've tried to play through a decent amount of the Limbus story, so we can have a good understanding, kind of like the world and the characters we're interacting with. It's unfortunate because this technically takes place at the current kind of like the current release section of the game, which we are not caught up to, but that was like, we could have maybe caught up fully, but I've been trying to play through Library of Ruina, which is the game that comes before Limbus for like story reasons, which has been a lot of fun. So we haven't been able to fully catch up, but from my understanding, it's not a ton of like spoiler heavy stuff, so it should be fine. It should be like anyone should be able to kind of watch it and be fine with a base understanding, I believe, from what I've heard. So we're going to read through this, assuming there is story stuff. I literally have not tried a single stage yet, so but yeah, we'll give it a shot. So all right. Let the song finish off real quick. Yeah, hope you've all been well. You guys doing good? I've got my notepad up and ready to write story stuff down. So, hopefully, yeah, I was hoping to finish Candle 5, but I think that'll be just a bit much, unfortunately, to try to get through first. Let me save that, that's good. Sweet. All right, Chad. Are you ready? Oh, I did do we did get to level 100 on the battle pass thing. And I was gonna do it on stream. I'm glad I didn't, because it was a feels bad, man. We got a dupe high show Rhodia, so unfortunately did not get anything new. Feels bad. Had a 3 of 10 chance to get duped, and we did. But we are at rank 100 now. And hopefully after weekly reset, so we've got today, so it's tomorrow's, I believe. We'll give this, we'll have one more day of this not being up, right? So we got one more of this, that'll take us to 101, then 102, and then we'll, between the weekly stuff and then the 3 mirror dungeons after weekly reset, that should take us up to 120, and with that we should have all of our random shard boxes, and once that is done, we will probably be sharding Faust and Honglu. So, yeah. Alright. Overall, very happy so far. Getting a lot of shit done. Can I pop this out? Is it gonna go? Interesting. Alright. Takes place later, that's fine. This is, again, one of the main reasons why, oopsies, why I'm taking all these notes. And one, it's just so we have a very good understanding of everything, right? And two is for things like this where we can kind of come back together and just anything that's like, oh, okay, maybe this means something, and find out that it does and come back to it, you know? So, all right, let's give it a whirl. 14 stages, okay. We are doing the normal difficulty, yeah, because everything's level 55, bro. Hard difficulty, I believe, is also, but hard, like, they don't auto level your units or whatever, right? So, all right. Let's see what we.
120번 홍루 준비는 끝냈어요. 아, 120번 홍루 준비는 끝냈어요. 아, 120번 홍루 준비는 끝냈어요.
Interesting. This is not the team I'd normally use. Does rupture, right? We'll just use this one instead because it fits better with these 2 units. And yeah.
가스 점화 엔진
Alright.
시동.
Turn this up a little bit. My consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. What the fuck? Weird? I'm pretty sure sound is dead. Weird. Interesting. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pole that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crash into my mind like wild waves before ebbing from its shores. Saud mentioned, I'm very confused why Saud would be mentioned, because it does not line up with where we're at in the story right now, so that's very interesting. I was already lost in a drift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Interesting. Okay, so Amiya knows Gregor. I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with particularly long, animal-like ears, but I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Oh, okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. Also, good to see you, Cap. I hope you've been well. Barbarian coastline. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake. Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. How does she know our colleagues then? It? Interesting. Looks like this hand on the clock has inched up a bit farther. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. She does look cute in the Arknights style. Sorry, the Arknights, the Limbus style. Oh, interesting. Okay. Event is not voiced. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face. In the midst of all this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Miss Rabbit? Not having any way to drink water's come in handy. Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. One second, chat. adjusting a little bit my notes. Not in District 21. Interesting. Also, Cap, if you're still here, the amount of points we've been getting in the Gunsmoke this time have been absolutely fucking crazy compared to last time. As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Gunsmokes now. We had over 100k on, I think it was over 100k on day one, if not very close. Thanks for saving my bacon. Rodeo Island. Rager trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. But yeah, actually kind of insane. Also, I wish I would have pulled for a Centaur copy, because having that to keep Corey's Chihuahua alive would probably net me over 5k points on my second team, but unfortunately. If their conjuncture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Well, it wasn't like the time we what? To keep her alive. I tried to do it with Ksenia, but I just could not heal enough. Should have got baited by the summer outfit. Yeah, like actually though. Hopefully she's in like one of the rerun boxes or something at Anniversary. Amiya stared at me with some concern, as though she felt my distress. Ka-ching! This event's been occurring in Iberia. Oh. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go, anyway? It. Well, I'm gonna stick to FA and chill for now. Hell yeah. Man, your team is gonna be fucking crazy because you're gonna be able to run your entire Electro team, and then like you can just do Leva. Oh, well, at starters, I guess it'd be Leva and Doris, Jiangyu, and then it's 2 other slots, right? But like once Lena drops, you could do Leva, Jiangyu, Lena, and Doris, and then either a Mawson for the last slot, or you could do you could just run Klukai. One of you need a V4 Mawson. Alright, well I need 2 more for that. So unless I get another double Mawson, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. This game is so silly. They give you a lot of fucking polls. It's pretty crazy. It's really nice, honestly. Back to 400? Hell yeah. Morning, what's up, Sin? Let's not get spoiled while reading this. Yeah, we'll see how well that goes. I feel like I've already gotten spoiled on like 3 different things. One of the big things is an interaction with Faust and Dante that you should not read altogether next stage. Well, there's not really much of an option. We're kind of here already. And it's not like I'm going to be able to come back and do it later, so... Amiya's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. As we stood about confused, Amiya, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with 2 familiar faces. So, yeah, Sin, if you could, I will say one thing is like if there's nothing for me to know that it'll come up, I think just don't bring it up. I think would make it easier because like I won't know about it, and now I know about it. Now I know it's a spoiler kind of thing. Otherwise, it's like, oh, cool, I saw that in the event, right? So that really does not help, and it does kind of make it worse. Vanish. Stare. So I would appreciate the nod because now I'm gonna know, right? It's unfortunate, like thankfully I understand that overall the story is like made so you can just do it whenever you enter, so I understand that I'm gonna get spoiled on some stuff, but yeah, please do not. I do not want to hear anything about this connecting to other stuff. So just kind of like, what is it, fucking supposedly we stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor at some point, because Dante brings this up. I'm sure this will come up at some point. I'm not there yet though. So that's the whole thing, is I'm writing stuff down. That's not what I wanted to do. We're writing it down so we can come back to it later. So But yeah. The less information I know, the better, because we're already stuck reading it because it goes away. If it didn't go away, I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying. We would skip it. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Best case scenario, we wouldn't do it, but we are kind of in this situation where we don't have much of a choice. So, this goes for everyone. We will be blissfully ignorant of anything this is referencing. And we'll come back to it. That's why I'm writing it down. I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. The end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. I feel bad. I'm sorry. You don't gotta apologize, but I think it's good to get it out now, and so we all have like an understanding. I apologize. It's on me. I should have explained it better. I think would be better. I should have given a little explanation at the start, and I apologize for that. But yeah, we will be blissfully ignorant together. If I was upset with you, you would have been thrown out the timeout window. I am not upset. I understand. This is on me. Do not worry about it. But now we are all understanding together, and we are good. So do not worry about it. I understand. I am making this difficult for a lot of people because it is very difficult because you guys have more information than me, and asking not to share it is asking a lot. I understand. So I apologize. And I do appreciate you guys trying to help. It is very nice of all of you. It's just also the more information we have, the more we know, and the less we know, the better. So just kind of like explain it, right? It feels weird to ask, and do not apologize if you aren't like. There's a big thing between trying to help and being malicious. So I appreciate it. I do, honestly. Yeah, exactly. I am weird about this, but I also I am a story freak. I'm a fanatic. I don't know who S Corp might be. Haven't met them yet. But I'm gonna act like N Corp does as being fanatics, but as S Corp for story. So. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. So, do not feel bad, honestly. It's fine. It's better we all got the understanding now, right? So, it makes it easier.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, that's cute. Oh yeah.
사냥 시작.
大きな打撃を与えました。このままいけば敵を
What would
追い
that
かけ
be?
られます。
Ew, gross. That's disgusting.
자, 어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
I don't want to feel bad about anything. It's the dupe I got for my fucking ticket at the 100 Battle Pass. Smudge.
効果的な攻撃でした。このままいけば敵を食い
Hate
止め
my
られ
life.
일기당천.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
Can't for antagonist. I am dumb. Is it? Fuck. Well, okay, we know about S-Corp, but like they talked about S-Corp, but they didn't really get into like who they are though. We just know that they left S-Corp to go to T-Corp, right? I might have missed it. They might have explained it. I just remember that they ran from S-Corp to go to T-Corp.
총원 불경.
That's why I have the notes.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다. 기세가 수그러지는군. 반격의
Farm based. That makes sense.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
What could S mean then? Subsidized Housing Corporation.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Oh, the end screen's so cool. Green influenced. Also, the Ami announcer is very cute. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. She's cute. What it was, feel bad. Feels bad. Not feel bad. Wow, that sounds rude. It feels bad. Sorry. Interesting. Saxon's girl Florence and her toxicity is already leaking out of him. That's crazy. Also, dude, that bear does a ridiculous amount of damage. It's fucking insane. Holy fuck. Her explanation reminded me of the Blue Boy in Sinclair's past. But I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me, kinda like how Virgilius can, I guess. I knew that motherfucker could understand us! That rat fucking bastard. Water and their supports. She outdamaged my fucking Tololo. Now that is with specifically the 50% summon damage buff on though, so I don't know how much it's gonna drop to without that, without the that buff. But like still though. Not so? Yeah. Nikita blasted them both out of the water, though, but still low. Don't say it. Scotty quietly points in my direction. You fucking ass. Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. I hate you, Honglu. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quietly solidly fixed on my head. Scotty's concern only reserved to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니
Nagged by missing
언젠가
knowledge.
징계할 날
It's very unfortunate, but again, like,
은자를 풀어주시오.
well, what are we gonna do? I can't catch up. I can't force myself to try to catch up. I can't catch up in the first place, because I'm not gonna be strong enough to catch up. For starters. Second off, even if I was strong enough, I would like to finish Ruina first. So, unfortunately, it is what it is. If I would have started this like a month before the Arknights collab, I probably would have been fine. Now, the problem is, if I would have started it a month before Arknights collab, there's no guarantee I'd be able to get all 3 of the egos, so it doesn't really matter anyway. So, kind of is what it is. I think where we are currently at is the best case scenario. Maybe Kanto 5 would be better. And so then maybe we could do this tomorrow. And I could try to do all of Kanto 5, but yeah. Count, get to go to Kanto 8.5 and do Railway to get the egos. That's... I feel like, I don't even know how you'd get there, right? Because, like, I don't think my account's strong enough to catch up, honestly. I don't think, like, I feel like maybe if my battle pass is maxed out, if I had my Honglu and my Faust and maybe, like, another character, maybe? But, like... The strange buildings tell the story of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked the name Faro Muerto. But yeah, if we had the ability to just, I don't know, it's so unfortunate, man, because like I'd love to just press skip on all of this and just get the rewards, but at the same time, like, we're gonna end up fighting stuff, so like that's a bit of a spoiler anyway, which is really unfortunate. It's the same reason why like I don't like seeing the elements in the boss fights for GBF events. Working sure, I guess. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's something just YouTube can't save us. Yeah. I think it comes down to the thing. It's story-wise it's unfortunate, but I think overall it's better because I think if I would have missed any of the Arknights egos, I'm gonna be completely real with you guys, I would probably drop the game. If I came out of this not getting all of them, because GBF is probably the only game I have ever played where I have not cared about missing collab stuff. The reason I don't care is because the game's been around for 10 years and there's nothing I can do about 8 years of not playing the game when there was, English translation. That's the only reason. And I didn't care because it was all free until I fucking joined, apparently. Fucking Grand Blue. So being that this is like kind of like the first time and a one-time thing, and you can very easily get everything in this game, if I would have missed it, I would have been pretty pissed. So, I swear, lazy people, this fucking guy. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. It's free real estate. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice, echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. Fucking donkey. That's Don Quixote's voice, and she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. I just sighed. Young Ishmael unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures at the great fucking donkey. Mercel! Sinclair! Playing normal mode? Yes. Yeah. When I saw everything was 55 and I clicked on it and all my units were leveled to 55, I decided I would be scared to press the hard mode button and decided against it. Especially when they limited me on who I was allowed to use. As Amio was bringing the centers up to speed, the villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. Fucking donkey. Faust gave me a light nod. Sorry, one sec. When we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling art. The Inquisition. Let's STNC then PTSD. What what could PTSD even stand for from her? What the fuck? Fucking Ryoshu, dude. Pillage their store. Oh, pillage their storage depots. God damn it. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. Marceau spoke before someone like asked him for his for information from him. She is so fucking dumb. She is. Oh my fucking god. La Creatura. Jesus fucking Kraus. Kraust? Kraus? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft, what even her something something. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around. Then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice, "Oh, oh, 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 oh." Oh, interesting. I am also thanks, Faust. Thanks. You haven't told me this like 20 times already in Kanto 4. This fucking shitter. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. It's cool to see Yiseng smiling now. Obviously, there could be more stuff after where we've been with finishing up Kanto 4, right? Because we haven't even done the Kanto 4 intervalos and stuff. But still, nonetheless, it's nice. It's cool seeing him smile for once, honestly. Because at the very least, it seemed like stuff from Kanto 4 made him smile more. What do you mean Rhodia just keeps cookies and bread in her pockets? Write that down, chat. Write that down. Very important lore information. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12... She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? I turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. Russian mother of greed and veracity. Holy. Just fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the manager or our guests suffer that fate. Otis is such a fucking asshole, dude. She's so funny. The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. I'm pretty sure the I don't know very much of Arknights. Like I've read like the first chapter once years ago when the game came out. So it's been a very long time. I'd like to start reading it again at some point, but we are currently obviously stuck in this hellhole instead. The thing that Rhode Islands is researching is the oripathy, right? Oripathy? And that's the thing that turns them into like animal like things, right? Orapac? That's crazy. So all I remember is like, because I did reread like the beginning of chapter 1 recently when I had to make a new account that used free pulls on stuff. But yeah, it's like people generally are scared of them, at least. That was in the very beginning of Arknight story, so I don't know where this is located. But I do not have much info on Arknights. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. Does anyone have that? What even is that? Ligature representing the Latin diphthong? Letter in some languages, Danish, Norwegian, Icelandic, froze. Old Swedish before being replaced, and Old English eventually dropped entirely in favor of A. A year? A year? Okay. Thank you, Ray. A year. A year. A Urian? You're all too slow to see. That's kind of rude. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night and out of our sights. Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. That's a sick looking boat, by the way. Also, did these missions give like extra sea terror stuff? I think they did, right? So doing this would give you a whole bunch of like extra mats to try to finish out the shop. Learning, write that down. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Unlike some fools, why is Otis such an ass? Don't know if it's happened since Intervalo, the 3.5, with the chicken attack. But if it hasn't, that's very funny. This is so weird, dude. It's so cool, but it's so weird seeing him smile so much. That's awesome. Wait. Wait, that is just the chicken thing. Interesting, so it's been about a year. She shook her head, concerned. Wow, Yiseng is very direct about that. Something about what Honglu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiments, seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that's left a terrible wound in Honglu's fathoms. What's up, Jarvan? The bigger reading, yeah. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. Omiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the bio-treatments from the back streets. There was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. Interesting. Yiseng began with a dark expression. I see. Fucking donkey. What kind of place is the city, anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. What the fuck is... Interesting. Okay. This is fucking hilarious. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. That's horrifying. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. It's a shite hole. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Of fucking course it does. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. Ferris the 5 foot. There are absolutely no thoughts behind that head. Over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Mayors? Like Rodius said, while we didn't see mayors out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. Mayers tapped the side of the wall, a part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Oh my fucking god. Oh, okay, well, I suppose... I suppose since she is, like, a fixer aficionado and she knows a whole bunch of stuff, she would know about Gevera. Heathcliff. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Join World of Tanks again? Oh hell yeah! How was the updated and reworked stuff? Marceau had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners, who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land, slowly began to fall asleep as well. So many tanks now that I'm so lost. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. World Tank's pretty sick. Anything is better than War Thunder, because that goes on the record. Through the night, though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? I guess it's okay, since Mayer seems to be having fun. As I continue to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amiya, not yet asleep, approached me. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to plays we were made to watch back in Makalan. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hong Yon, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted. Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition and that people fled from it. Yeah, the Nagel and hammer we saw back at Cowell aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. After seeing Mayors to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor, with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts, but it seemed that the lives of its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. M-Corp? Interesting. So yeah, if I switch just to hard mode, right? Yeah, they use my level. That's not fucking happening, dude. Hopefully there's no, like, special rewards or whatever at the end of hard mode. If so, that's unfortunate, but whatever.
잠깐, 이번 임무는 내가 나갈게. 괜찮지?
It's a sea terror entity, not a lake entity. Something like this, I guess.
이 경로는 수모들게 나쁘지 않군 거래.
It's a sick boat. Oh shit, this is not. I typed in E with accent. I meant to type in O with accent. Revolt of the Masses. Hong Lu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Dante seems to have a lot of flashbacks. That's very interesting. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, holy! I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. That's so fancy. Aesthetically satisfying. Too ostentatious, not quite my style. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. as Ayer. Oh, I see. So the Church of the Deep is most likely from the Aerians? That's how you would say their name. Which are under the ocean, whereas Mayers and her grandfather and the rest of her family probably left there to come up here to solid land, but are now going back to be safe. I would assume. Poor Heathcliff. Eh? With smartars. Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinner stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition's always been excellent. He'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers. What's up, Kent? How was your sleep? bad. Though I only saw them in the fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the what? The cuckoo spawns? The cuckoo spawns? Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Marcel stepped in to continue. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the way of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans, felt oddly discomforting.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Sponsoring your Steam game? Wait, what Steam game? Also, no.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
이건 예상 못했나봐.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
Ain't no way you think you're getting games from me, buddy.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
What the fuck? Wait, the enemies have unbreakable coins. What the shit?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
This Honolulu ID is so funny. He looks like he has got such a shit-eating grin, bro.
너한테 멀겠지만.
Man, I wish this event went to at least like past Wednesday, cause or no, it'd have to be like till like Friday. It'd be nice, cause then we could probably get ourselves up to level 120 on the battle pass, but before we did it, but it is what it is. Not enough time.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
깔끔하게 물었군.
That's so weird hearing the English at the end there.
이걸로
Mission accomplished.
이번 주문과 별배를 널 먹지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
That symbol. Oh, is that the? Oh, that's these. Interesting.
실력 없으면 따라오지 마세요. 방해되거든요.
What the f? That's got so much HP. What the fuck? $325. Like this is it's. I've seen bosses with more than that, but like being that there's other basic mobs here, and the basic mobs all have Oh, I can't choose where it goes. Fuck.
일기당천.
Yeah, some Arknights too. Fuck. Holy. Using sweeping detonation, if only.
자,
I'm sure Cosmos would make my life a lot easier.
해보라고. 예상 못했나 봐.
I'd rather use no more doubt right about now, actually. Let me hit a whole bunch of them.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 지금 멀겠지만.
Wish I could target this.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 방향이
You need them. True.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
many fucking enemies are there, bro? 20?
일기당천.
찜찜추성이네.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Oh, okay. That's gonna wipe up a couple of them. Go, Yusei, go! It lived? Holy fuck.
아닐 텐데. 이건 예상 못한 깔끔하게 물었군.
Alright, last 5. Last 3, I guess.
뚫어보이겠어.
That's insane it lived that.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
놀랐어?
It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. Stretch, stand up, drink, and straighten up, please. Ugh, I'm not getting up. Actually, I do kind of need to get up. I need to go get more water. So, I will drink some water, and I will go get some more and double check because I think my family made dinner. So. Alright, I'm gonna go get some more water. I'll be right back. So I will get up. 1 sec. Alright, we're back. Enjoy your coffee, Kent. Oop, wrong scene. Interesting. He started coming after us instead. Mayor's eyes went around at Hongwu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. she whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. Interesting, sorry, my stuff seemed to have glitched out. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amia stared out toward the sea, wary that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us. Enjoy your lurks, and as we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. If I die, I must sleep. Sleep well if you sleep.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었소. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이오.
Jesus Christ, it does just give a ton of extra sea terror samples.
언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니.
When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Oh shit, sorry. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. Stretch? No hoodie? What the fuck, dude? How's it going, Corey? Get de-hoodied, smash. What you up to? Maybe we watch a Maxer video. How is it so far? It's good. There's definitely information that we're not supposed to know yet, but it's interesting. I do that. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayer's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Yeah, good luck with Otis. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. Rabbit's right. It. It. I felt hope swelling within me as Almia began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Video Corey is showing. I have no idea. Though I'm sure he won't reply till after it's done because it sounds like he left to watch it. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. While Honglu stepped in between them, how goes Limbus? Oh, it's pretty good so far, Nova. Enjoying it. Going through the event before it goes away. Welcome back, Ken. How new are you? I'm 16 days in. We've been playing for 16 days. We've played through Canto 4, and that's it. You know, a decent amount of the story, at least for Lob Corp, but we're playing through Ruina before we keep going with the story. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. So, yeah. Would like to keep going and try to finish catching up through as much of the story as I could, but want to finish playing Ruina before we go too much farther, so I have a better understanding of the story and stuff, because I obviously don't know what happens past Canto 4, so the more back, like, more like foundation information we have, the better, I think. So, as the standoff was showing no signs of ending, Mayors, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Mayor's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. Spinning clock. Interesting.
실력 없으면 따라오지 마세요. 방해되거든요.
But yeah, still pretty new. I'm still learning. Learning the game and the story and stuff. It's very good so far. I'm quite enjoying it. Also, chat, just as to explain, if you see me typing and looking away, taking notes on the story. Anybody new taking notes? Like a crazy tsunami. Interesting. So they like keep the info from people. I wish I could just type it normally and I'll come back to it. The Inquisitor wordlessly stares at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but there was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. Interesting. Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mayers over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm. Fucking donkey. Dude, that spear is so fucking big. And in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monster! Let's go! Holy shit. That's crazy. Her spine is out. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Let's go! The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Keltsid managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. Fucking Ryoshu. That's crazy that that specifically is a taboo to the city. What the fuck? He does kind of look like he's wearing priest robes. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth, and I immediately knew what Kaltsit was about to say. Ah, I see. The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. Interesting. And it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, bearing away the dagger flying in my direction. Another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Unlike Ami and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Kaltsit's quick understanding of this situation and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. Oh, what the fuck? Great. That's not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they fully transformed into Seaborns. The Golden Bow hoped to deal with the whale's polidification effects. I had no idea how it would interact with the Seaborn's transformation. I don't know what that means. I'm sure we'll find out soon, TM. We should just kill them. Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? Before we knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or redefine the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Yeah, it makes sense. It's fucked, but it makes sense. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. Donkey.
쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Holy fuck, can I not fail these, please?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Music is a fucking bob.
쪽방이 아닐 텐데.
Music is so good on this. What the fuck?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 마음 놓고 열어줬지. 이건 예상 못했나봐. 이건 예상 못했나봐.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
깡총.
Oh my god, fuck.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh shit, you use things about to escape battlefield and then turn in.
무기에 묻은 피 좀 닦아야겠어요.
강화 휴제.
Shit.
개인의 꼴몰지 마시오. 전장에 전념하시오.
사냥 시작.
넘고, 넘고, 무수히 넘고, 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
Rudia, please! Oh my god, fuck. Fuck me, dude.
깔끔하게 물었군. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
놀랐어?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
Mission accomplished.
Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were hiding, quickly gave chase. Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. The vessel Mossus soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty. Nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only mayors. Interesting.
이걸로 이번 죽음과 결별을 널 하지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
Interesting. Once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she didn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. It. What exactly does Rhodes want? Sorry, I didn't write that down. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayers. Four free distortion hunts. Interesting. Kaltsit seems to have a lot of trust in Amiya and Scuddy. fucking Otis, dude. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Alright, chat, I will be right back. I kinda gotta take a leak. I'll load into this and I'll take a leak real quick. I do think, though, I'm going
고리를
to
향해
put COD Captain in here, so...
가스 점화. 엔진
Because
시동.
we did almost lose that last one. At least we were kind of close, right? So... Alright, chat, I will be right back. chat, I'm back. I did grab dinner on the way back. I apologize. Didn't eat it. Did get it. Got tamales. A little cold though. After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft, along the coastal cliffs, our gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Why is this one such a coward? Yiseng suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse, then said something pretty concerning in response. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. I don't think I could do anything to force it open myself, so... How do I Florence? Are you using mine or are you using yours? Using mine. So generally, my rotation is I do QJ's buttons, which is just a roll right, Springfield, and then I'll do Florence afterwards. And Florence, you skill 2 Nikita, the stimulant buff. Then you skill 2 to Lolo, and then you ultimate the boss, and then you repeat. So it's the bear will just do all of its stuff by itself. The stimulant buff is the big damage buff. And the thing is, you press the ultimate button when you're out of Conferitance Index, the CI, to refill it so that the bear doesn't despawn. So. If you were to get your own at some point, prior to V3, I believe depending on how high your Nikita is, it's worth it to stimulant the bear instead. But at V3, stimulant automatically applies to the bear as well. So, yeah. I have to manual fire because of sleep buff, so I figured I would do this one. Yeah, it's quite a bit of damage. So hopefully it works out. It is very nice buff. It's good damage. Also, yeah, the difference in points between killing the boss and not killing the boss is honestly insane. Cause I think if you break the shield the second shield, I think getting to the shield, the second shield gives you almost 5,000 points, right? And then it only goes up to 6987 right now anyway, because that's the maximum amount of points you can get. So, which is kind of crazy, how close 5,000 is to the max amount of current points. So, we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock, either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see, a faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. Through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is Ishmael. Interesting. I nod quietly. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. Oh, that's cool as fuck.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
That's cool. Interesting. Even you saying thinks it's fascinating, because I'm pretty sure he made the mirror on the bus. Oh. Interesting. The fuck? No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. That's so funny. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet, slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Interesting. I'll have to see when. Interesting. To see what nervous impairment does, I guess.
저놈을 쇼케!
Alright, I'm gonna have to read Yiseng's skill, because why the fuck did it activate another time?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, that's nervous impairment, I see.
모기에 묻은 피 좀 닦아야겠어요.
Oh. Interesting.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 마음 놓고 열어줬지.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않. 선원들, 나를 보호해라.
일기당천.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
날 뛰어보라고. 씹는 맛이 있는데.
사냥 시작.
마음 놓고 열어줬지고. 마음 놓고 열어줬지고.
날 뛰어보라고.
춤추셨네.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Ooh, let's go. I fucking love seeing this Yiseng move, dude. It's so cool.
얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠어.
총원 불격.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
퉁퉁치셨네.
기세가 수그러지는군. 반격의 기회다. 선원들, 나를 보호해라.
깡총.
The Yi Sang ID is fucking crazy, dude.
선원들, 나를
Should be the
보호해라.
last of them.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
It's actually kind of insane that we're getting this skill more than once.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
That was close.
더 날 뛰어보라고.
Fucking owl.
퉁퉁치셨네.
겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠어.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Mission accomplished. I'm assuming that's the Arknights noise.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이
That's
나아갈 수
fucking insane, dude.
아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Fucking Yi Sang is nuts.
언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고.
It's not like the other guys are bad, it's just he's so good at just doing everything by himself, which is fucking crazy. I was hoping we'd get another thing off this, but we did not. It feels bad, man. Couple more days. When we hit Wednesday, at least. Wednesday, Thursday, we should be able to finish this off, so. on you 5.5. Yeah, that looks about right. God, Florence does so much fucking damage, dude. That's crazy. 6250 is fucking crazy, though. Hell yeah. Medical malpractice is OP. Views your rotation feels scuffed. So to get the rotation to work correctly, you just need V1. For rotation purposes. So, it's one additional. Or hell yeah. But yeah, I think just getting one copy is not too bad. V3 is gives you 2 ultimates on the return attacks pretty much, and she does more damage on the outside of turn damage. That's why like V3 is like V3 takes you from V3 takes you from a maximum of 3 ultis a turn. Well, you'll get 3 ultimate hits a turn. Ultimate hits, because like the first one is doubled, and then you get an additional, right? So you get a on counterattack. So you get 3 hits. V3 is 4 hits, and then V4 hits and then additional damage on the not the first one. And then V6 is they all are doubled, so it's technically 6 hits on the ultimate. So yeah, V1 is, I feel like, perfectly fine, honestly. And it's not too hard to get, but I would definitely do V1. I think the only issue with V1 is if your Springfield isn't super upgraded, right? So you can't do the ultimate into skill 2 on turn 1. So the V2. I think that's the only issue where you do not want Nikita to be too high, because again, it counts as like an additional turn. So. Yeah. The rerun should be next banner? Should be? I don't know. I don't know if I have any interest in pulling more copies, because I don't think it's necessary. What the fuck? I should not be looking at that. What the fuck?
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
But yeah. Lay shrug. I don't think there's a point in going past V3, honestly, because I'm killing the boss already. The bosses will probably get tankier at some point, so maybe later on, but like, I think for now, I think it just doesn't matter. So.
이런 예상 못했나 깔끔하게 물었군.
Which will be a while, but I think I'll just wait till she gets added to one of those like recurring banners with like the multiple characters on it.
총원 불격.
So. Trying to think, like, I think literally the only thing V6 would do is it would let me not use Springfield, because I just borrow one from Platoon,
사냥 시작.
and then I could like put her on a different team and just run 4 characters, but like I don't think that matters at all. So
마음 놓고 여러 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
괴로우신가요?
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
이런 예상 못했나 봐.
총원
Birdie
불격.
is ulting. Okay.
씹는 맛이 있나?
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 지금 멀겠지만.
Rude?
선원들 나를
Please
보호해.
stop stabbing me.
총원 불격.
물 넘고 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
The fact that it still hits back and like based off all of the coins is fucking crazy.
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Or Heathcliff?
총원 불격.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
기세가 수그러지는 것. 반격의 기회다.
Kinda rude.
이런 예상 못했나 봐.
선원들
Jesus Christ, dude, there's so many enemies.
깡총.
괴로우신가요?
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
사냥 시작.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
이건 예상 못했는데 깔끔하게 몰았군.
어머, 놀랐어?
This is the last of them. We do not need that many people on that.
총원 불격!
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
선원들
겹겹의 준물
나를 보호해라.
뚫어보이겠어.
깡총.
If it makes it to Ishmael, if it does, then she'll just blow him up. It does not.
Mission accomplished.
Gregor does so much damage, dude. Holy shit.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고
Jesus
온몸에
Christ, they give
피를
you a
묻혀가며
lot of
쉼없이
samples
달리고
here.
있으니
싱싱한 풀이 보이네.
There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse. But, thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. As Yising noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote talked at length about. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. And the knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Pretorius? One day, the wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories that blink through Amiya's fathoms flash briefly before my eyes. The seaborn knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable option here. Overcome the billowing roar and try to talk to the knight. We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning for him.
봤어? 이런 건 다른 뱀들보다 내가 더 잘한다고. 조시가悪くなっているみたいです.
Thank you, Amiya. Why did that say when it dies it gets regenerated fully?
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Hello again, but only for a moment. You going to bed, Corey? Sleep edge. Have a good night, Corey. Sleep well.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한테.
Refill to you too, buddy.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
Hope you're enjoying. Yeah, it's fun. Story is good so far. Am I ready for Versusia? No, I am not. I do not have like a team for it or anything, so. Refill you again tomorrow. Alright. Fuck with that.
확 물어버리자.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Is this Library of Ruina? Limbus Company. Library of Ruina is the game that came before it. Fucking owl. I should have guarded those hits. That was dumb of me. The sinner's relentless assault upon the night begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the night, cold, cold loneliness rides his bellow, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. We never get any deck building games that aren't roguelike. Yeah, you should play it. The game is, I've been playing it. The game is very fun. I don't know everything about it, right? Because still playing through it, but it's really good. The gameplay is a lot of fun. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we're not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves.
당연하지. 내 나침반이 틀린 적이 있었나? 나를 보호해라.
Yeah, I have been very much enjoying Ruina so far. I would definitely recommend it. Can't handle that pressure. I'm sure you'd be fine. Whatever could you mean? Okay, well, hopefully with the ego.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
We just need to stagger him. Oh my god. Heathcliff, please. But yeah. This game specifically, Limbus is really fun, because like, the gameplay is good, the story is good. Also not like super fucked on the gacha side, which is nice.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
일기당천.
Oh my god, please. Oh fuck, is Gregor not gonna activate his ego? Fuck me, dude.
ただならぬ気配を感じます。
What the fuck?
깡총.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed, lance raised skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. Woo! The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Sinner Hong Lu jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Becomes clashable, thank fuck. Then shadows pulls under the lone knight. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Where did I gather to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered here, believing him to be one of them, until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the great will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremitting night rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. Sinner Yi Seng brings the night's charge to a stop. Then, the waves begin to crash. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the night in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves, and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea, till the day of the night's sinking.
이것이 말의 행진이요.
皆さんしっかりしてください。
총원 불격!
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 쏟고 제쳐라. 내 걸음이 빨라.
Oh my god, he just fucking killed Yi Seng.
됐어.
저놈을 추락해!
씹는 맛이 있는데?
Mission accomplished.
That dude was fucked. Sinners reeling from the battle against this enemy was more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn, as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Liner. That should be Gregor's liner. Gotta go, Dad. Have a good night, Kent. Enjoy whatever you get up to. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir. Casimir's? This place was filled to the brim with things Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all that glory in a very mundane looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind, and she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은
That's so fucking cool, dude. God damn. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away. But he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Like Otis said, Mayers is speaking out of the window and shouting something at us. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, "What the fuck?" Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed, Rocinante, stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest. But they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. That's insane. While Don Quixote returned the night with that bizarre conversation, Lamia raised her voice happily, as though she just received good news. Oh, wow, what the fuck? We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly, for replying in the exact same manner as she did before.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Jesus fucking
그러니
Christ, dude.
언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
Well, that must have been the night. Hold up.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the Doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yi Sang, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. Having finished her discussion with the doctor over the plan, Otis returned, wearing a grim look. Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhode Island's team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. I didn't realize that the IDs were like literal identity cards that we like pull out. Maybe that hasn't been explained yet, or maybe I just misinterpreted it, but that's interesting. The doctors seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposite Fabius. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their command sought to protect, sought to defend. Their forces were quick to follow them. Rhode Island's operation was certainly impressive. That's not exactly our style. Our style is trust me to bring you back no matter how many times they cut you down. Very cool.
놀랐어?
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
일기당천. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 하나만 물넘고 꺾고 제철.
기세가 수그러지는군. 반격의 기회다.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
일기당천.
Very cool boss music.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
사냥 시작.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
선원들,
겹겹의
나를
주문
보호해라.
뚫어보이겠어.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
그쪽방은 아닐 텐데.
There's a second wave.
어느 쪽일지
I'm assuming
잘
that'll be Fabius.
생각해보라고.
퉁퉁투성네.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 깔끔하게 몰았군.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
넘고 겹겹의 주문 뚫어보이겠어.
Who'd have guessed?
깡총.
눈부시지 않도록 두려워하지 마.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
일기당 승천.
Dude, the music is fucking awesome for this. Wow, that's insane we lost that.
마음 놓고 열어줬지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
선원들, 나를 보호해라. 총원 불격! 기세가 수그러지는 군. 반격의 기회다!
Nice.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
사냥 시작.
Funky.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
You on Windows 11? Yes.
겹겹의 주문 뚫어보이겠어.
The fix the thingy with Vanguard. What thingy with Vanguard? What's wrong with Vanguard? TMP 2.0. The hall?
총원 불격!
I don't know what that is.
열어젖히고.
I don't think I've tried to boot League of Legends since switching though. Thank yous. I apologize, I don't have a better answer for you.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지
Oh boy.
반복한다. 쉴 새는
Hit me with that fucking Linar ego, bro.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빗바래지 않을 테니.
What the crowd means? What, in Limbus?
또아리를 튼 밴 근처엔 오지 말랬잖아.
Yeah. Doesn't it like hit your friends if it corrodes? Isn't that the problem? So I don't know what else it does. Here, you want me to use it? Yeah, only 11 stacks right now though, so I should have used it last turn, honestly. That would have been sick.
바람 불어오는 짓밟아라.
저놈을 추적해.
빈틈투성이네.
Fabius flees again, using sea terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no. I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. A voice echoes from under the sky. Mayer's, appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayer's true allegiance. Eat, people. Mayers waves her hand, and sea terrors climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from this scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayers. Calcit is she. Fuck.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날
I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. While I was taken aback by the fact that Mayers was a bishop of the deep, it was also true that Mayers had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sinners directly. Well, she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us. It's also true that Mayers has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led to the lighthouse. It was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as the terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What? What do you mean she wants to go to the city? Okay, I'm awake. Jesus Christ. Then, the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. That's not good. Kaltsit shook her head resolutely. This song is a banger, bro. A strange shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayer's. I couldn't quite tell what it was. It was round, and it looked like a tool. Would you call it a set of what? You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayers. Drawing your own picture of an idealized world. You have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept away, swept up by the ineffable, overwhelming will. You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral it may be. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think matters. Marcel said down. I already got it. Unless you mean something else. That's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. It's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is, how can you lead the people of the city in Nentera? Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. I'm gonna type right. I don't know what the fuck that monolith is. Looks like that applies here, too. All the way in another world. Got anything that might be a spoiler, so out of context, yeah. Love is our collective destination, after all. I think the only thing so far that hasn't been like so ridiculously out of context, where it actually feels like a spoiler, was there was a section in chapter 2 or 3 of this where they specifically showed like slides, and that was it. Everything else is like, there's some really cool information that I'm sure matters a lot, but I'm not there yet, so it's just really cool. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering, before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? Also, good morning, so follow your wishes, follow your desires, and paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words. Mayers slowly turned in my direction, as though she could clearly understand my words. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayers. Past that light, I saw the ocean. Calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves. The immense golden brilliance. Following Mayers, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Is there like actually a dungeon in this? What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? I don't know what he's barking about. I gotta go figure it out, BRB. Man, this is not what I was expecting in the slightest to be the boss.
이번엔 어떤 짓을 한 악인들이요?
This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Aegir's seemingly infinite starward growth. While there weren't that many, people around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Aegir. The surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing had happened? Every day must be a struggle for them. At least they don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I procured myself an Aegirian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look, but I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Aegir. They denied my and Aegir's offer for help, for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Welcome back, Sin. They confiscated my catalysts and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters? Or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Ayer was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on the side, Rebellion de la Massas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the Sea Terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nether Sea brand. But my work barely bore any fruit, and I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Ayer one by one. My Sea Terror samples and research notes came into view. They all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us, instead of I. For the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Mayers mutters with genuine disappointment. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. Oh, I see. So it's a mirror dungeon. This is such a cool background. What the fuck? That's awesome.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지. 敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
일기당천. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제철.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。効果的な攻撃でした。ごめん、놀랐어。敵は深手を負っています。
깡총.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이 작살에 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
바람 불어오는 대로
날 뛰어보라고.
敵は深手を負っています。
일기당천. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
敵は深手を負っています。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
놀랐어?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
인통 추승이네.
마음 놓고
저놈을
열어젖히고.
씹는 맛이 있는데.
Mission accomplished.
We came across a cavern full of sunken ship remnants and golden treasures that have washed up inside. There are all kinds of unfamiliar scriptures and twinkling golden coins. There's a whole pile of treasures here. Hey, the records here say that there used to be a big ship that sailed all across Terra. Must be a ship built for conquest, built during the golden age of Iberia. Look, it says there's a golden chalice made in Sargon. Combine an armada of tall, proud sails, unparalleled technological innovation, and a certain king's greed, and you get this. It's a kind of glory we can barely hope to retrieve now. These items would be extremely valuable outside. None of them seem very helpful for the situation at hand. Should we continue to look just in case? Yeah, look a little more. Rhodia picked out a golden compass from inside a weathered bag. The inscription on the compass indicates that it is an artifact created during the era of grand expeditions. How is this artifact still so intact? This place is only a bridge, made of items pulled from the group unconscious that are group unconscious that are most appropriate for the Fathoms. It may truly exist, but it may not be reality. Irene stares at the compass for a moment, tempted, before turning around, having accepted the fact that it probably isn't a real artifact.
봤어? 이런 건 다른 뱀들보다 내가 더 잘한다고.
That's cool. We'll go up.
가스 점화, 엔진 시동.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。 목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 지금 멀겠지만. 敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
날 뛰어보라고.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
기둥.
効果的な攻撃でした。
물 넘고 꺾고 제철
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的
쪽방향이
でし
아닐
た。
텐데.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
깡총.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
저놈을 추적해.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
일기당천
Honestly, that compass is fucking sick. I'm sure we're gonna run into something that's gonna like reduce, like they're already doing syncing, so that's gonna reduce our SP. But like I'm sure we'll run into something else that'll reduce our SP more and that'll fuck us over. But still,
기세가 수그러지는 군. 반격의 기회다.
깔끔하게 물었군.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
자, 어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
넘고 무수히 넘고
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
선원들,
エリー
격렬히
トオペレー
중
ター並みの腕前です。
뚫어보이겠어 일기당천 마음 놓고 열어젖히고
지원을 갖춘 나를
敵を食
보호해라.
い止められます
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
깔끔하게 물었군.
敵は深手を負っています
자,
바람
어쩌겠지?
불어오는
잘
대로
생각해보라고.
짓밟아라.
Accomplished.
Go up, middle, and then reach the end, I think.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
총원 불경.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
날 뛰어보라고.
기세가 수그러 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 실패는 없다. 그대로 무너져라.
그쪽뿐만이 아닐 텐데.
効果的な攻撃でしたエリートオペレーターの身の腕前です
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
물 넘고
ドクターのように優れた式ですね
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이 거리는 충분해 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만 단테さんの作戦とても効果的でした このままいけば敵を食い止められます
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 마음 놓고 열어젖히고 바람 불어오는 대로
That
짓밟아라.
purple move does so much damage, dude.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
敵は深手を負っています
총원 불경.
선 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 걷고 제쳐라. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
It'd be great if he'd lose a fucking dice roll, bro, or a coin toss.
敵は
겹겹의 줄
深手を負っています
뚫어보이겠어.
총원 불경.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 마음 놓고 열어젖히고
뭐든지 쏟고 제쳐라.
선원들
バスカンパニーの
나를
皆さん、この
보호해라.
勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 기세가 수그러지는 것. 반격의 기회다.
깔끔하게
I'm sure it'll be fine. I lied.
오늘을 지켜라. 내가 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공선원들
敵は風を追って
나를
います。
보호해라.
뚫어 보이겠어.
깡총.
Holy fuck. Get body sacked, idiot.
이 안에 담아주지.
Like the funniest part is I didn't kill it. Are you fucking kidding me?
깔끔하게 물어봐.
敵は深手を追っています。
Excuse me?
총원 불격.
바람 불어오는 대로
짓밟아라.
敵は深手を追っています。
떨거지면 잘라낸다. 기원을 갖추면 그대로 무너져라.
That was a little fucked. There's a long line of people waiting outside a rundown building. Inside, people in hoods are distributing something to the visitors. I think the ocean's blessings. No, no. We only wish to help you sate your hunger, even a little. We haven't seen you around here. Clearly, you've traveled far to get here. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, everyone. Please understand. They're new here. People in hoods dragged us inside. It's not much, but it should hopefully be able to sate your hunger. Dried fish, Lamia and Irene called them fin beasts. I'll put them in the bags, pretend we ate them. Nice. We're so glad you enjoyed the food. But, did you actually eat it? Oh. Ishmael replies quickly. While the flavor was certainly unique, we did like it. At that, they seemed to withdraw their suspicion and turned away. Glad to hear it. Please, come back anytime, we'll share some more. Without any reason to stay, we left the building. I felt a little prick on the back of my head, as though the hooded people were staring at us as we walked away, but we managed to quicken our pace and disappear.
당연하지. 내 나침반이 틀린 적이 있었나?
At the center of what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city, at the center of that brilliant golden light must be Mayors. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? I just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Amia might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once we get back, I'll start working that out like Kalstedmark suggested. Executive manager, whatever comes to it, you may trust me with the piggybacking. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayer's vision of utopia, the center of the light did something. Seaborns near us only gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times she spent agonizing over this. Can we really bring back Miss Mayers? We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do after all. Alright, let's rest up a bit before moving on. Oh wow. Oh, that's actually not good. Concern. I honestly feel like the barber is just not doing much, bro.
싱싱한 풀이 보이네.
Mayors in despair. And the other thematic IDs with her. Yeah, kinda not. Yeah, which makes sense. As I was hoping to get something out of the ticket, bro, so I could stop running her, but dupe is dupe. The repulsiveness of people's ill intent. And the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amia's fathoms and then sink in again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. But the tides of Miss Mayers is trying to summon to douse it. Devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So I don't think that's the right way to go. But as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse, this isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In the place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. A strange power courses through me before radiating toward the sinners.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
꽈리를 튼
Fucking
뱀
what?
근처엔 오지 말랬잖아.
Oh wow, so it wants us to overclock. Ah, she's not gonna take any damage. Jesus fucking Christ.
깡총.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的。
I should have fucking.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이.
I should have guarded Heathcliff. That was dumb on me.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
기세가 수그러지는 거.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
마음 놓고 열어졌지. 그쪽 방향이
충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.敵は深手を負っています。
It's fine.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
敵は深手を負っています。
일기당천.
Oh fuck.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
춤추셨네.
Song is actually such a banger. What the?
뚫어 보이겠어.
You sang on the Roomba? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Just to get it over with real quick.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 한눈 팔지 마세요. 영원히 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Whew.
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어. 실밥이 터졌나?
敵は深手を追っています。
깡총.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
기다려라.
効果的な攻撃でした。 エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
What's the new username? What's up, Theo? I don't believe you have. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Is there a reason why we're doing that?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라.
마음 놓고 열어졌지.
Kill me? Hell yeah. That's good though.
짓밟아라.
Congrats. Hope Jim was good. Each other motivated? Hell yeah, that's the way to do it. Not going solo and having someone to kind of push you along will always make the gym better and easier to keep up with. Well, yeah, man. Things have been all right. I've been doing all right. Very much enjoying this game. Limbus Company is very cool. The story has been phenomenal, and the music is insane. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mayor's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Still playing Grand Blue? Yeah, still playing Grand Blue. I mean, you can always start whenever. There's always more time if you end up wanting to. Always just take it slow if you do. Game is fun. Some time has passed since I made Faro Muerto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Even still, Seaborns are the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborns' blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So, while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. For the sake of survival, civilization had to be more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. That's crazy because it's like since she had realized that the Sea Terrors were an us instead of an I, and she wanted to change that, but now that she wants to change the I into us. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced. Through the cracks, the seed of doubt were sown. But it had already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and steel to my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. The answer, sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke it was muffled, but warm and beautiful. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Survival, worth of life. As I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need for the altruistic nature Mayors wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborns and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners became my answer, and I tick on. What's up? Welcome in. The cat's here. My fish. I need the fish though. What the? Welcome everybody. Welcome in. You Kakusake. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your name. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in everybody. How's it going? Is that? Give me your fish right now. About to BRB, I'm gonna go eat him. Literally fighting the fish boss. I deny you. You's just fine. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. How was Limbus? Right, hell yeah. Also, that emote was great. In I always forget. I always forget the name of that bird. Hello, I'm Tech Deck. We are playing through the Arknights Limbus event story. I am pretty new to Project Moon stuff. I've watched a whole bunch of videos about Lobotomy Corp. We are playing through Ruina, and we have finished Canto 4 for Limbus Company so far. So, but yeah, still learning everything, still playing through everything, and it is really cool. Just finished the Intervallo. Hell yeah. It's Punishing Bird. Oh, okay, yeah. Punishing Bird, Judgment Bird, and I can't remember the name of the third one. Big Bird. Heck yeah. That's a sicky one. Punishing Bird. Yeah, I think we're near the end of this. Big Burb. Big Burb indeed. Cat's crown passes on. Well, I appreciate you coming by and bringing everyone along. Thank you for the follow, you. Thank you. But yeah, if any of you guys are gonna go rest, feel free. Do not worry about it. I appreciate you coming by, but let's keep it going. Project Moon fan gigantic event is very cool. It's a very cool set of stories. I am in too deep to get out now. The stories and the lore and everything have been very interesting to me so far, so plus bed combo, sleep well, get some good rest. So, but I appreciate you coming by. We are in much too deep. It's crazy how it's so nice to be able to just pause this and listen to the music, because the music is insane in this game. It's so good. It's so good. It's really cool. I cannot wait to catch up more on the story, honestly. It's a shame I wasn't able to fully catch up before doing this, but it's nice seeing Dante actually like conversing with mayors with the distortion. Feels like he's like come a lot more into like himself as a character, even just like up to where I am in Canto 4, and especially here. It's very interesting. Canto 7 Intervallo. I was gonna try to push farther, but starting Ruina did not help in the slightest. It still spoiled some stuff. Thankfully, with where I'm at, I feel like all the information it's given me I feel like is definitely spoiler information, but I'm not far enough to understand most of it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Ruina's start is so bad. It's out of nowhere. Yeah. Ignorance is bliss. That's why we have this. So I can come back and be amazed at how they referenced everything later. Though we won't be continuing past Canto 5 until we finish Ruina, though, so, you know, surely that doesn't take too much time. It doesn't exist. Clueless? Whatever could you mean? Surely the game is so easy. On the back half of the game, that would never happen. Maybe you'll be able to cross-reference some stuff. I'm hoping. Some of these go much farther than some of the other ones. There are, we have written a lot. Inability to read. She's a seaborn shaped distortion who is not a seaborn, and endlessly anguished, contemplating distortion. If Mare's wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Experience true pain. Hopefully before they release more after where they are, like the next Canto, I'm hoping I can be caught up by then. I think that should be possible. So hopefully I can join everyone with the fun struggle of current content. Venerate the fight, then nerfed it the same day. Yeah, that shit is crazy, dude. Yeah. KJH actually seems insane. He sounds so funny. Win rates the fight and nerfs it. What is it? The entire community always points out that he notes everything down in green. So he put it on one of the banners one time with all green text, like he would do it. And then, what is it? He got all of the egos from Arknights in 140 pulls, and so he gave everyone an additional fucking tanner. It's actually crazy. It's so funny. True gamer in a game dev, we love to see it. It's actually so cool. All the egos myself. All the egos in 200. Yeah. See, me too, actually. But that was because I rerolled for it. But you know, that's why we started. It made the rerolling process a lot easier. Nerd. I normally don't like rerolling, but like, you know. In a much smoother ads phase. It went surprisingly well. 70 to 110. Oh no. that's fine. That's not what I want. It's all hopeless.
깡총.
Yeah, re-rolling for the egos was definitely very smart. I'm not gonna take credit for that because I only did it because someone else was doing it.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
Mercy issue. I'm sure you can. But I will leave that to the Giga Gamers. Ooh. Fucking ow.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Tides carry away the windows the mayor's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if mayor's in the dungeon of the fathoms. No, the ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there is nothing preventing a distortion's form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If her distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines in Mayer's home we saw when we peered into her memories. The machines continued to whir loudly, as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attached to the sockets on their sides. Expensive, they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellas who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. Huh. Says, little handy down here. Says an oddly similar structure to the hand of the saint the Inquisitor brought. Yes. Then shall this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance in our battles? Rhodes Island already seems to have their hands full holding the line against the tide of sea terrors. We should probably just take one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sinners, we decided to just take one of the machines. Seems good, but I'd be kind of curious on what this does, so I think we'll go with that one. Housekeeping assistant module detected. Converting the Hand of the Saint to patrol mode. I don't really understand how it works. That sure sounds helpful. Little handy housekeeping assistant.
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, neat.
깡총.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
Ow.
전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
겹겹이 중
しっかりしてください。
뚫어 보이겠어.
You're dismayed. Maybe I'll come back. Is look at her stream. Thank you. Thank you again for the. Thank you again for coming by. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your night. Please get some rest.
먹을 콱 물어버리자고.
Sleep well. Get some good sleep. Forest bra. Hello? $19 chain is kind of crazy.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
$219.
이 안에 담아주지.
180.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
깡총. 이 안에 담아주지.
What am I letting through?
썰거진 잘라낸
이거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
That was supposed to be a parry. Fuck.
미나상, しっかりしてください. 목을 콱 물어버리자고.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
겹겹의 중
カンパニーの皆さん、
뚫어보이겠어.
勝ちに行きましょう.
Time for Unk. Time for Unk and time for Ishmael. I'm kind of tempted to corrode this. Fuck it, we ball.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그리워야 같이 없는 이 시대. 꿈에 허명해. 빛은 눈부시지 않겠지.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 말은 당신에게. 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Mission accomplished.
Ooh. That was so cool, dude. I love that shit. The great ark built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Massas. It's finally over. All we have left to do is go back. As we were preparing to leave, with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier, a low thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked to notice his head. She also turned and ran after Ishmael. The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned portside, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a seaborn, about the size of... no, slightly larger than the vessel Massas. Amia's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the Seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around to let the others leave. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship the moment Scotty repositioned herself there. Something shakes the vessel of the sauce once again. A violent, destructive sound crashes through the waves, towards vessel Massas. Past the sudden wall of mist, there was... Sharmala. Oh, that's cool. What the fuck? Like Hong Lu said, the knight charged straight at the giant, rough wave, at the great seaboard, as though he had hardly noticed our presence. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scotty leaps Towel into the air, using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both exited the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Amia pointed toward the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done? There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. As the great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Scotty and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Dude, that's so cool, what the fuck? A giant Seaborn is also fucking sick. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island defending the vessel Massas, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then, inspiration of that? Hell yeah. I'm not even gonna try to say. I hope this is voiced by the time I get here, or is already voiced. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. Alright, that's fucking sick. That's so... Okay, the Sea Terror here is much cooler than the other one, by the way. But this is fucking sick. I look around and see the center strewn about the room dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. I've come to. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. So what's up, Shorty? Hit! But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but okay, Dad? I couldn't find Sound, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay anywhere in Yuan. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Sound. That moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories before sinking again. I don't quite recall who said that, or even where I heard it from. I want to grab that actually. Even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the sinners one by one. The sinners each begin waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings, like they were just pulled out of a long dream. Interesting.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었소. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이
I think out of literally everything that we did, right?
언젠가
The
제외.
only things that I feel like I've been like very specifically like spoiled on
내 그것만을 바라고
were I think
온몸에
2
피를
things,
만족하며
and that's
쉼없이
it,
달리고 있으니.
that I feel like this spoiled for like later stuff. One, it was in chapter 2 or 3. There was a whole bunch of still scenes. I think it was in chapter 3 when Don Quixote was talking about our adventures. There was a whole bunch of still scenes, I'm assuming from other chapters. And then aside from that, the other one is the fucking Sound showed up and that bitch is dead. And that's it. The rest of it is obviously, I'm assuming, very heavily spoilers, but it's nothing that like there's so much it just doesn't mean anything with where we're at. So it doesn't change anything for me. I'm not getting spoiled because I don't understand what's happening. So outside of those 2 things, I don't feel bad about reading this. You didn't see Sound just appear. Yeah, so those are the only 2 things. Again, I'm assuming fucking all of this was super spoilery, but they did such a good job writing it that it didn't feel like it, which is very nice. So, very cool. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. I feel like they did a good enough job where it was out of context. And oopsie at the end. I think they brought her up in the beginning too, actually. Like, they specifically name dropped her. So it was that, and then again, it was the scenes. I could tell things were spoilers, but it's like, here is plot hook. Here is plot point from plot hook number 70,086 over there. That means fucking nothing to me. Cool. I'm sure this will matter later. Imagination. But yeah. It's like, this means nothing. Who cares? It's fine. It was very well done. This was very cool. This is a cool story. And I think it was really well written. Also, it was really interesting seeing the Doctor and Dante interact. So out of pocket for him? Yeah, I don't remember where I wrote that. I don't remember where that was, actually. See if I can find it. Yeah, there's a couple little things, like Dante mentioned Amia can sense what we're trying to say and what kind of emotions we're trying to convey, which is exactly what Virgilius can do. So that fucking rat bastard does know what we're saying. Piece of shit. So there's just like a couple like little things here and there, but I don't think they were like big issues, and I think they were pretty cool. So if I wrote it down somewhere, I'd have to find it. I'm definitely just missing it. I mean, I could understand this early on. Yeah. I think the line was like sun, right? Sunshine. Thank you. Was it just farther down than I thought it was? It was. Interesting. There is more to the sunshine than its warmth. It was right before the dungeon, that's why I didn't find it. Yeah. Very cool. I'm assuming, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm assuming the fancy one that moves is in the hard mode, which is not fucking happening, which sucks, but unless I'm being dumb and it's this one. But yeah, either way. Is it just this one then? Oh, I guess I did buy it. If you do hard mode. Oh! Doesn't matter, because I don't think yeah. They use your levels, so it doesn't matter. Surely they do a rerun, right? I can temper my expectations.
정말
So, unfortunately, not an option. Maybe it would have been an option if I would have, if I didn't care about the story as much. I would have just slammed out everything to try to get to 55 as fast as I could have. But that's not happening. I'm not even picking this up because this is a spoiler. So, I'll get this hopefully before the season pass ends. Hopefully I can get there before the season pass ends, that is. I will get it if it comes down to the last day, but you know. Ugh. I'm happy we finished it. Probably got a while left to go. I'm not too worried about catching up for like just stuff in Limbus, right? So yeah, it is nice that I should have some time, but giving myself the self-imposed debuff of of finishing Ruina before I go past Canto 5, which we should start working towards at some point, but yeah. Seems by the end of the year, yeah. We will we'll probably try to do Canto 5 maybe later this week, but we have to finish getting through that fuck-ass library before we go past that, so. How far are you in Ruina? Here, let's see. Oh, hold up. Let me say this real quick. Currently in Ruina. Canto 5, my beloved. We just we just hit Scene 4 Urban Plague. And we did a single one of the Urban Plague missions where we fought, it was Alpha, Beta, and Gamma that were part of the carnival, and they were making cloth out of dead bodies. Or maybe slightly alive bodies. There was a guy named Diane who was a messenger of the Index, and then a man named Jin and a woman named Sayo from the Kurakumo clan showed up for this, so that's where we left off. So, I see. I want to play more of it because the game is legitimately a lot of fun. It's also so cool, like... Okay, I mean, here's the thing, right? I had seen Kurakumo clan Captain Ishmael because, the art is very nice. I want to get her so goddamn bad. But like seeing like the same kind of like outfit and everything from the Sayo person was super cool to see. So just slowly like being able to like connect stuff has been really fun so far. So, and it's like now that I've watched a whole bunch of stuff for Lob Corp, right? So like the Fell Bullet stuff for the Encore Bigos are super cool. Just seeing where some of this stuff comes from is really fun to see. So also like what the Merceaux, the Thumb East Capo. I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. It's a weird name, but now that I know more about like the fingers, it's like, oh, the thumb, as in like the Syndicate, the thumb. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense and stuff like that. It's been a lot of fun. Those are my favorite character shows. They're my favorite IDs. Again, I love all of them so much, but like visually, Ishmael's my favorite because she's so obvious Syndicate. Hell yeah! Look back you. Back. Yeah. All the characters are so good. I love the characters in this game. They're so funny. They're all so good in their own ways. Okay. I'm glad that's done. That was the one thing I really wanted to make sure we got done today. We got that done. I hit level 100 on the battle pass, and we got a dupe. But we did hit it, and that's good. Either Wednesday or Thursday, hopefully we can hit 120. That would be pretty good. so we can grab we'll probably grab Faust and Hong Lu, the season 6 ones. Once we max that out. So everything's coming along. Feels good, man. So we'll just need to do Canto 5 at some point this week, hopefully. And then once that's done, it is Giga super focused Ruina time to finish it before we do Canto 6. So first beach episode in Limbus. We'll finish Canto 5 before I stop. We're just I'm not doing this tonight. No thank you. This is a scam. You got scammed, buddy. One day, someday, maybe soon. All right. But that's going to be up for us for tonight, chat, because I need to chill before going to bed. That was very good. Only took us almost fucking 8 hours. Who am I supposed to lurk now? I don't know. Alright. Alright. Seeing if we can send you guys over somewhere. Okay. We will raid this person. Trying to find someone who's like not like way farther and doing other stuff that we haven't seen. So which is difficult, but you know. Yeah. Alright, chat. Thank you again for hanging out. I appreciate you guys all coming by. Thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. I appreciate you all coming by, hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. We will probably either do Limbus, Bimbus, or we'll do Ruina. So we'll see when we get there. So, but yeah, I will be back tomorrow. But Wednesday will be the big day because we'll try to get to 120 and be a big upgrade for account. And yeah, so. I go bed. I hope you all have a good night, chat. Steven, thank you. I go get ready for bed. Have a good night, everybody. I'll So good night, YouTube. I keep forgetting multi-stream is on now. Goodbye, YouTube. Good night.